shortstop, number 18, Zane Garvey. In center field, number 9, Owen Bischoff. Catching, number 5, Colin Irwin. At third base, number 21, John Olson. At first base, number 32, Tyler Moeller. In right field, number 1, Andre Jackson II. The designated hitter, number 10, Randy Stoltz. In left field, number 7, Darren Chapman. And pitching for the Wolves is number 17, Logan Lawrence. Now let's meet the starters for your Nighthawks. In right field, number 21 from Covina, California, Min Burns II. The designated hitter, number 7 from Provo, Utah, Brian Rojas. At first base, number 8 from Bend, Oregon, Caleb Karpstein. In left field, number 20 from Jurupa Valley, California, Adrian Archiga. The shortstop, number 4 from Snohomish, Washington, Cole Kalman. At second base, number 5 from Lakewood, Washington, Gavin Brubaker. At third base, number 10 from Bothell, Washington, Carson Burns. Catching, number 33 from La Quinta, California, Jason Bell. In center field, number 39 from Boise, Idaho, Carter Walsh. And also pitching for the Nighthawks is number 7, Brian Rojas. Western Oregon is coached by Colin Walker and assisted by Trevor Quadrats, Dominic Miller, Logan Hatley, and Jackson Halstead. Your Nighthawks are coached by Joe Schaefer. He is assisted by Matt Holland, Grant Carey, Eric Lopez, and Kyle Etheridge. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise and remove your caps for the invocation and the playing of the national anthem. The colors will be presented by NNU's color guard. Please stay standing till they have left the field. Dear Lord, we thank you for this beautiful day to enjoy this wonderful game of baseball. We pray for the safety of players, officials, and coaches, Lord. Just thank you so much for this opportunity to glorify your kingdom and show your love in everything that we do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Elmore W. Vale Field in Nampa, Idaho for this matchup between the Western Oregon University Wolves and your Northwest Nazarene University Nighthawks. I'm Noah Peterson with you on Nighthawks Radio today. Games 3 and 4 of the 4-game series between the Nighthawks and the Wolves. Nighthawks were able to pull out 2 yesterday. Bit of a summary for you. Nighthawks jumped out to an early 2-0 lead in the first inning off an RBI double by Adrian Arachiga. Nighthawks added another run in the 5th, leading the Nighthawks take the lead 3-0. Western Oregon came back a little bit in the 6th, adding 4 runs. But NNU responded in dramatic fashion in the 7th. Carter Walsh smashed a 2-run homer to left field, giving the Nighthawks the lead again 5-4. Nighthawks would later extend that lead on a 2-run blast by Jason Bell. Nighthawks totaled 11 hits with Nin Burns, Arachiga, and Jason Bell each collecting multiple knocks. The Game 1 score was 9-4. Game 2, Nighthawks were able to win that one 9-2. Nighthawks looking to build off of that momentum in games 1 and 2 here this afternoon. Brian Rojas is on the mound for the Nighthawks, looking to shut down this Western Oregon University lineup. Nighthawks also looking to build off that offensive outburst from both games yesterday. Currently tied atop the GNAC standings with a tie with Montana State University Billings. And looking to build off that momentum now coming into game number 3. Leading off for the Wolves is the second baseman, Danner Salisbury. Brian Rojas is set, and he's ready to deliver the first pitch of game number 3. First pitch swing, Salisbury in the air, left field going back to the track, to the wall, and it is gone. First pitch home run for Danner Salisbury off of Brian Rojas. Absolute tank over the wall in left field. No doubt about that one, and just like that, the Wolves have taken a 1-0 lead. Salisbury just jumps on a first pitch fastball from Brian Rojas. Looks like Adrian Arachiga had quite the collision in the outfield. Carter Walsh going over to check on him. Hope that Adrian's okay. Adrian giving the thumbs up. He'll try to shake that one off. He hit the wall pretty hard. We'll step away for just a quick second. Adrian looks to be okay. He'll stay in the outfield. That'll bring up the shortstop, Zane Garvey. Garvey batting .370 on the year. No homers, 12 runs batted in. Here's the first pitch to Garvey from Rojas. That pitch is outside for ball number 1. Rojas trying to get ahead against Salisbury, trying to steal first pitch strike, and Salisbury was not having any of that. Crushes it over the left field wall. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Garvey. Swung on, popped up in the air. It's in the outfield. It's going to be playable. Looks like it'll be Carter Walsh in center field will make the play to put away Garvey. Rojas hasn't pitched that much this year, only throwing 4 innings so far. He's currently at a 3.86 ERA with 2 strikeouts. That'll bring up Owen Bischoff. Bischoff in center field for the Wolves. First pitch misses outside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Off-speed pitch misses for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That pitch also misses for ball number 3. Rojas not super happy with that call. Both of the last calls Nighthawks aren't super happy with. Here comes a 3-0. That pitch is in there for a strike. Here comes the 3-1 from Rojas. And that pitch misses for ball number 4. That'll bring up the catcher, Colin Irwin, for the Wolves. Irwin batting .301 on the year. No homers and 8 runs batted in. First pitch misses low for ball 1. Rojas feels like he's getting squeezed a little bit right now, expressing his displeasure with the home plate umpire. Seems to be a tight strike zone here early. Bischoff on first. Here's a 1-0. That pitch misses away for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That pitch is in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 2-1. Bischoff takes off for second. Throw down to second is in. Oh, is in time, but dropping the ball is Brubaker. Stolen base for Bischoff. Terrific throw by the catcher, Jason Bell. He had Bischoff dead to rights, but Brubaker unable to hold on. So that'll be a stolen base for Bischoff. That pitch was low and away for ball number 3, so the count's now 3-1. Swung on, fouled, out of play off the first base side. Full count now. Here comes a 3-2 from Rojas. And that pitch misses away for ball number 4. Back-to-back walks for the Wolves.
Now batting number 21, John Olson.
That'll bring up John Olson. Olson playing third base for the Wolves this afternoon, batting .253. Runners on first and second here for the Wolves. Still just 1 out. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That pitch is in there for strike number 2. Good off-speed pitch there from Rojas. Nighthawks would love a double play ball here. Oh, 0-2 pitch swung on, fouled away down the first base line. Rojas in a bit of a jam, trying to get out of it. 0-2 pitch. Here at Olson. That pitch just misses for ball number 1. Catcher Bell tried to frame that one. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled. Out of play off the first base side. Wolves really making Rojas work here in the first. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off the first base slide once again. Rojas already at 19 pitches here in the first. Still just one out. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, line drive. It will get through the right side for a base hit. Rounding third is Bischoff, and he will score standing. That'll be an RBI base hit through the right side for John Olson, and the Wolves take a 2-0 lead. Really solid at-bat there from Olson, fouling off 3 or 4 pitches from Rojas. They're doing a good job going with it the other way through the hole, past the diving Brubaker. And the Wolves have 2 across with just 1 out here in the top of the first. Jason Bell going out to the mound to have a conversation with Rojas. That'll bring up Tyler Moeller. Moeller is at first base for the Wolves this afternoon. Still a lot of work to do for the Nighthawks here in the first. Still just 1 out. Runners on first and second. Pitch number 1 misses for a ball. Irwin at second, Olson at first for the Wolves. Moeller at the plate. Here comes the 1-0. That misses low and away for ball number 2. Nighthawks infielders pulled around to the right side, expecting Moeller to pull on the ground. 2-0 pitch, way out in front, swing and a miss. Rojas does a good job changing speeds with that one. Counts 2-1. Way out in front of that one, too. Swing and a miss. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pickoff attempt at second. Ball hits Irwin and then skips over to Brubaker at second. Irwin will hold at second base. Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rojas trying to keep Irwin at close at second. Pickoff attempt ends up hitting him in the back. Rojas is set. And the 2-2 pitch on the way. Off-speed pitch misses high for ball number 3. Count runs full. Rojas already at 2 walks here in the first inning. Would really like to avoid a third. Already 2 runs in here for the Wolves. Runners on first and second. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Moeller. And he catches him looking. Moeller thought he had a walk, but Rojas strikes out Tyler Moeller for the second out of the inning. Big time strikeout there for Rojas to prevent the bases from being loaded. That'll bring up Andre Jackson the second. He's in right field for the Wolves. First pitch misses for ball number 1. One-0 pitch is in there for strike number 1. Jackson batting .262 with 2 homers and 9 runs batted in on the year. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Way out in front of that one. Jackson swings and misses for strike number 2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That pitch misses low for ball number 2. Rojas trying to get Jackson to go fishing. Wolves already up 2-0. Runners on first and second. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, soft grounder, goes foul down the third base side. Rojas already at 31 pitches. Count is 2-2. Here comes the pitch. Swung at and missed. Jackson goes down swinging. Damage done by the Wolves here in the first. Leadoff home run for Salisbury, an RBI base hit by Olsen. Wolves take a 2-0 lead into the bottom of the first.
One of these people is taking their first steps into higher education. One of these people is about to be the first in their family to earn a bachelor's degree. One of these people is finishing their master's degree and working full-time. One of these people is about to be called doctor. Which one is which? It doesn't matter. What matters is that they're all here for good.
We're back here for the bottom of the first inning. Nighthawks will try to match the damage done by the Wolves here in the top of the first inning. On the mound for the Wolves is Logan Lawrence. Leading out for the Nighthawks is Nin Burns. Burns had a great day yesterday. First pitch to Burns is in there for strike number 1. Lawrence has a 3.97 ERA and 7 strikeouts over 11 and 1/3 innings pitched so far on the year. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Burns. Shows bunt, pulls back, and he misses inside for ball number 1. Burns batting .348 with 5 homers and 30 runs batted in. Here comes the 1-1 from Lawrence. That's in there for strike number 2. Burns was 4 for 4 in the first game yesterday. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung at, hard grounder through the hole in the left side for a base hit. Nin Burns adding to his offensive season totals. And the leadoff base runner's on for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the first inning.
Now batting number 7, Brian Rojas.
That'll bring up the GNAC batting leader, Brian Rojas. Rojas batting .378 on the year. Also pitching for the Nighthawks today. Here comes the first pitch to Rojas. Shows bunt, he pulls back. Misses inside for ball number 1. Pickoff attempt over at first, and then Burns slides back in safely. Here comes the 1-0 to Rojas. Taking off is Burns. He is out at second base. What a throw there by the catcher, Colin Irwin. Then Burns caught stealing, got a decent jump, but not a great pitch to run on. It was a fastball down the middle. And Irwin guns down Burns trying to steal. So the leadoff runner is erased for the Nighthawks here in the first. Count is still 1-1. Here's a pitch to Rojas. That misses low and inside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. That pitch misses inside for ball number 3. 3 balls and a strike now. Here comes the 3-1. Swung at in the air, right field. Right fielder going back on the track and dropped it on the warning track. And in at second base is Brian Rojas with the double. Tough play in the outfield for Jackson the second. He had it in his glove, but drops it. Battling the sun a little bit, too.
Now batting number 8, Karpstein.
Rojas will be credited with a double on that one. Jackson really battling the sun there in the outfield. That'll bring up Caleb Karpstein. First pitch misses away for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Inside for ball number 2. Lawrence is set. Peeks at Rojas at second. Comes home with 2-0 and hits Karpstein. Caleb Karpstein will take his base. He wears that one, and the Nighthawks have runners on first and second.
Now batting number 20, Adrian Arachiga.
That'll bring up left fielder Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga with a hard collision in the outfield with the wall back in the top of the first. He stayed in the game, and now he's up at the plate, batting .295 on the year. Here comes the pitch. Catches the outside corner for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1. That one's outside for ball number 1. Nighthawks looking to get on the board here in the first. Down 2-0. Here comes the 1-1. That one's outside for ball number 2. Nighthawks with a good opportunity to answer here in the bottom of the first. Lawrence is set, and the 2-1 pitch on the way. Both runners take off. Line drive into right field. It will get down. Fair ball for a base hit. Rounding third and scoring is Rojas. Right behind him is Karpstein. Digging for 3 is Adrian Arachiga. Stand up. RBI triple. And the Nighthawks have tied it at 2-2. Hit and run play on. Arachiga lines it right down the first base line into the corner. And carrying the freight, he's in there at third base. Terrific hit and run execution there by the Nighthawks. Arachiga just dumps it right down the right field line. Cruises around the bases and stands up at third. That'll bring up Cole Calnan. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. And just like that, the Nighthawks are right back in this game. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Foul back into the screen. Calnan batting .300 even on the year with 1 homer and 16 runs batted in. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Misses outside for ball number 1. Count is 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And he hits Calnan. Lawrence hits his second batter of the inning. And Calnan will move on over to first base. Catcher Irwin and the pitching coach for the Wolves will head out to the mound. After the Wolves put 2 on the board with the leadoff homer by Salisbury. And then Olsen also added an RBI base hit for the 2 runs for the Wolves. Nighthawks answering right back with the 2-run RBI triple by Adrian Arachiga.
Now batting number 5, Gavin Brubaker.
That'll bring up the second baseman, Gavin Brubaker. Brubaker looking to add on to the Nighthawks, or give the Nighthawks the lead here in the first. Arachiga at third, Callan at first. Shows bunt, gets it down, squeeze attempt, throw home, and he is out at home. Arachiga out at home. Looked like he got in there, but the home plate umpire says otherwise. Suicide squeeze attempt by the Nighthawks. And Coach Schaefer having a discussion with the home plate umpire on that one. And it sure looked like he got his left hand over that plate. But the home plate umpire says Irwin tagged him first. The bunt from Brubaker did bounce right back to Lawrence at the mound. Arachiga with good speed, thought he had a chance to beat it. But not the case, unfortunately. So Arachiga is tagged out at the plate. Karpstein does advance, or Callan, excuse me, does advance to second base. And Brubaker's at first. So runners on first and second with 2 outs now with Carson Burns at the plate. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. Tough break there for the Nighthawks. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one's outside for ball number 1. Carson Burns is over at third base for the Nighthawks this afternoon, hitting .361 with 6 runs batted in. Base hit should score Callan from second. Swung at in the air, left field, going back to the warning track, on the warning track and making the catch is Chapman in the outfield for the Wolves. Eventful first inning for both teams. Adrian Arachiga with a 2-run triple to tie this game at 2 apiece. We go top 2.
At NNU, your classroom is anywhere and anytime you need it to be. With online classes for undergrad and graduate degrees, your future begins where you are. Find your program at nnu.edu.
We're back here for the top of the second inning. Wolves and Nighthawks tied at 2 apiece. That'll bring up Randy Stoltz here for the Wolves. Stoltz is the designated hitter. Here in game number 1 this afternoon. Here comes the first pitch from Rojas. Swung at, fouled, into the screen and out of play for strike number 1. Nighthawks infield pulled around to the left-hand side, expecting Stoltz to pull. Here comes the 0-1. And that pitch misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Soft grounder over to Burns at third. Easy throw onto first in time to retire Stoltz for the first out of the top of the second inning. That'll bring up the left fielder, Darren Chapman. Chapman batting just .091 on the year with 1 homer, or no homers. 1 run batted in.
Now batting number 7, Darren Chapman.
Here comes the first pitch from Rojas. It's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1 from Rojas. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 2. Here comes the 0-2. Skips in there for ball number 1. Good stop by the catcher, Bell. And the 1-2 pitch on the way bounces in there for ball number 2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Rojas. Swung out and missed. Chapman strikes out swinging. Going upstairs. That's Rojas'
Now batting number 2, Danner Salisbury.
That'll bring up Danner Salisbury. Salisbury led off the top of the first with a home run. First pitch swing. That one is up high for ball number 1. Salisbury ambushed that first pitch fastball from Rojas in the top of the first. Swing and a miss at that one. Count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1. Way outside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. That one's in there for strike number 2, right in the outside corner. Good pitch there from Brian Rojas. Here comes the 2-2. Soft grounder over to the third baseman, Carson Burns, on to first in time to retire Salisbury. 1-2-3 here in the top of the second. We go bottom 2. Scores Wolves 2, Nighthawks 2. The catcher, Jason Bell, will lead off for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the second inning. Bell batting .300 on the year with 3 homers, 7 runs batted in. Bell had a 2-run home run yesterday. First pitch misses inside. It lands for strike number 1, actually. Excuse me. I don't think I was the only one who thought that was a ball. But a loss, that's why we're not the ones behind home plate. Count is 0-1. Here comes the pitch. That one's low and away for the real ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 from Lawrence. That one misses outside for ball number 2. Wolves defense pulled slightly to the left, but mostly straight up. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Lawrence. Swung at soft line drive into shallow right field and a diving catch over at second base. That's Salisbury. Nice diving play there by the second baseman. And that'll be the first out of the bottom of the second inning. That'll bring up center fielder Carter Walsh.
Now batting number 39, Carter Walsh.
Walsh also had a home run in yesterday's action. Walsh batting .240 with 2 homers. Here's first pitch. Shows bunt. Trying to drag bunt down the first base line. He misses for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1. That one misses for ball number 1. Swung at, foul down the right field line. Counts 1-2. Here comes the pitch. Swung at, fouled. Also down the right field line. Carter Walsh batting 9th today. Then Burns the second is on deck. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung at, soft grounder, foul down the first base line. Lawrence is set, and the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung at, line drive into the left center field gap. It will be caught in left field. What a catch. Sliding catch in the outfield by the left fielder, Chapman. And Walsh is retired. That'll bring up right fielder Nin Burns the second. Burns the second singled in his first plate appearance of the afternoon. He was cut down trying to steal shortly thereafter. First pitch swing over to the third baseman. Misplayed and into the outfield. Then Burns is aboard. That'll be an E5. Would have been a tough hop to play by Olsen, but it skips over his glove. And Nighthawks will take it. They've got a base runner here with 2 outs. Here in the second. That'll bring up Brian Rojas. Rojas had a sun double here in the bottom of the first. First pitch misses for ball number 1. Throw over to first. Then Burns slides back in safely. Counts 1-0. Here comes the pitch. Outside for ball number 2. Rojas ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes a 2-0 from Lawrence. Swung at, foul, back into the screen. That'll be strike number 1. Rojas, as I mentioned earlier, leading the GNAC in batting average. Here comes a 2-1. That one misses away for ball number 3. Rojas batting .383 on the year. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Nin Burns takes off for a second. Doesn't matter. It's ball 4. So Brian Rojas will take his base. The Nighthawks have a little bit of action here in the bottom of the second, here with 2 outs.
Now batting number 8, Caleb Karpstein.
That'll bring up the first baseman, Caleb Karpstein. Karpstein reached after getting drilled in the back in his first plate appearance. A base hit will drive in Nin Burns from second. Rojas at first. Here's a pitch. First one misses for ball number 1. Wolves might try to pick off Burns here at second, but they go home. That pitch misses away for ball number 2. The catcher, Irwin, will go out to the mound to have a conversation with Lawrence, figuring out the best way to approach Karpstein here at the plate. Karpstein also having a very solid season at the plate. He's batting .367. He's right there with Brian Rojas among the list of batting leaders here in the GNAC this season. And he's ahead 2-0 here against Lawrence. Chance to do some damage. Here comes the pitch. Off-speed pitch, misses high for ball number 3. We'll see if Karpstein gets the green light here, 3-0. Adrian Arachiga is on deck if Karpstein can reach. Here comes 3-0. And that one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 3-1 from Lawrence. Check swing foul down the third base line. The count runs full. Runners will get a head start here. A gapper could score Rojas from first. Here comes the payoff. Swung at and missed. Karpstein goes down swinging. And that will retire the side here for the Nighthawks here in the bottom second. We go top 3. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks 2.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Zane Garvey will lead off the top of the third inning for the Wolves. Rojas, after a rough first inning, bounced back with a 1-2-3 inning in the top of the second. Here comes the first pitch to Garvey. Misses high for ball number 1. Rojas looking to continue momentum from the top of the second. 1-0 pitch misses low for ball number 2. Here comes a 2-0. Off-speed pitch misses outside for ball number 3. Count moves to 3-0. Here comes a 3-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes a 3-1 from Rojas. Sharp grounder over to Brubaker at second. Toss on to first in time to get Garvey. That'll bring up Owen Bischoff. Bischoff playing center field for the Wolves here this afternoon. He walked in his first plate appearance. It looks like that'll do it for Brian Rojas. We'll step away for just a quick break. Josh Bishop now in to pitch for the Nighthawks. In to face Bischoff. First pitch misses for ball number 1. The Aussie has a 5.68 ERA with 15 strikeouts over 12 2/3 innings pitched so far on the year. That pitch swung at, driven to center field. Walsh has it in his sights, and he will put away Bischoff for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 5, Colin Irwin.
Bishop comes in relief of Rojas. Gave up 2 runs, both of them earned over 2 1/3, and 3 strikeouts on the day. First pitch swing, right back out to Walsh in center field. It looks like that'll do it for the Wolves here in the top of the third. We go bottom 3. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks 2.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Leading off for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the third inning is Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga with the 2-run stand-up triple in the bottom of the first inning. That tied the game at 2 runs apiece. Lawrence still out there for the Western Oregon Wolves. Shows bunt, pulls back, and that'll be ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Swung at in the air, right field. Coming in to make the catch is Jackson the second. So that'll retire Arachiga for the first out of the bottom of the third inning.
Now batting number 4, Cole Callan.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Cole Callan. Callan was hit in his first plate appearance. One of 2 Nighthawks to get hit in the first inning. The other was Karpstein. Here comes the pitch. That one inside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one lands for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at, soft grounder over to the third baseman. Little high on to first, but in time to get Calnan. First 2 Nighthawks are retired quickly. That'll bring up the second baseman, Gavin Brubaker. Brubaker was at the plate when the Nighthawks attempted the sacrifice squeeze attempt in the bottom of the first when Arachiga was thrown out at home. Close play at the plate. First pitch of Brubaker is in there for strike number 1. It was a bang-bang play at the plate, but Arachiga was ruled out by the home plate umpire. Here comes the 0-1. That one misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at, sharp grounder through the hole on the left side for a base hit. Gavin Brubaker checks in with his first knock of the day. The Nighthawks have a base runner here with 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. That'll bring up third baseman Carson Burns. First pitch from Lawrence misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at, fouled off the first base side into the screen. Counts 1-1. Brubaker out at the cut of the grass at first. Comes home. That one lands for strike number 2. Catches the outside corner. Here comes the 1-2. Taking off is Brubaker. Throw by Irwin onto second is not in time. Brubaker swipes second base. And the Nighthawks have a runner in scoring position here with 2 outs, bottom 3. Count is at 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Carson Burns. Now with the runner here in scoring position. Turns around and chases Brubaker back to second. Wolves trying to keep Brubaker from getting too much of a lead out there at second base. Count is 2-2. Comes home. Misses away for ball number 3. Count runs full. Brubaker will be able to get a running start at second. Payoff pitch comes home. Line drive into center field. It will get down for a base hit. Rounding third is Brubaker. Rally home is not in time. 2 out, RBI base hit for Carson Burns. And the Nighthawks have taken a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the third inning. Clutch base hit there from Carson Burns, working a full count and delivering a line drive base hit into center field.
Now batting number 33, Jason Bell.
Terrific execution there by the Nighthawks. Brubaker to steal second. Burns to work that full count and deliver that RBI base hit. That'll bring up the catcher, Jason Bell. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. Lawrence now up to 61 pitches and still not through the third inning. Here comes the 0-1 to Bell. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 2. And Jason Bell is quickly in an 0-2 hole. Here comes the 0-2 to Bell. Swung at line drive. It will get into center field for a base hit. Carson Burns will hold at second base. Another 2-out knock here for the Nighthawks. This time it's Jason Bell. And the Nighthawks still threatening here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning.
Now batting number 39, Carter Walsh.
That'll bring up the center fielder, Carter Walsh. Walsh gave a ball a good ride back in his last plate appearance, but it was caught on the warning track. Shows bunt, pulls back, and it'll miss for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one misses away for ball number 2. Here comes a 2-0. Swung at, popped up in the infield. Looking to make the play is Garvey over at shortstop, and he will. And that will retire the side for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the third inning. But not before the Nighthawks take the lead on the RBI base hit from Carson Burns. We go top 4. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks 3.
NCAA athletes don't just compete, they make history. Representing our nation with pride and excellence, they bring home the hardware. Our college campuses serve as training grounds for the next generation of stars. Catch tomorrow's Olympians and Paralympians on the NCAA Championship stage today.
Josh Bishop still in there for the Nighthawks after retiring 2 Wolves on just 3 pitches in relief of Brian Rojas in the top of the 3rd inning. Up the plate is John Olson for the Wolves. Olson delivered an RBI single back in the top of the 1st. First pitch from Bishop misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at, deep drive into left field, and it will go foul. Olson really turned on that pitch, but hooked it just foul. Big sigh of relief there for Bishop. Count is 1-1. Here comes the pitch. That one lands for strike number 2. Count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2 to Olson. Skips in there for ball number 2. Here comes a 2-2. Off-speed pitch, line drive into left field, and it will get down for a base hit, fielded by Archiga on a hop. Looks like it was a broken bat base hit. Don't really see many of those here with metal bats. Looks like it completely sawed off Olson. Again, you don't really see that with metal bats. But Olson will check in with a leadoff single. That'll bring up Tyler Moeller. Moeller struck out in his first plate appearance. Here comes the pitch. Swung at, ground ball over to the shortstop, Callan. Backhand play, and there will be no play. Check the runner at second. Didn't have a play there, and by that time, there was not enough time to get Moeller at first. So that'll be an infield single there for Tyler Moeller. Callan was pulled around to the right-hand side. Shows bunt, pulls back, and it's up high for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Pops up the bunt. Josh Bishop will make the play in the air. Andre Jackson pops up on the bunt attempt for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Randy Stoltz. Stoltz 0 for 1 so far this afternoon. First pitch gets away from the catcher Bell, and both runners will advance. That pitch bounced way out in front of the plate, and Jason Bell unable to keep it in front of him. Here comes the 1-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Off-speed pitch is in there for strike number 2. Big bender there from Josh Bishop. Wolves are threatening here. Runners on second and third with just one out here, top 4. Olsen is at third. 1-2 pitch misses high for strike, or for ball number 2, excuse me. Count is 2-2. Here comes the pitch to Stoltz. Off speech, a swing and a miss. Bishop gets Stoltz to go down swinging. Big second out here for the Nighthawks here, top 4. That'll bring up the left fielder, Darren Chapman. Chapman struck out in his first plate appearance this afternoon. That curveball lands for strike number 1. Josh getting the feel for his curveball here this afternoon. Looking to get out of a jam here, top 4. Runners on second and third. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Another curveball misses low for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swung at, soft pop-up, over to Karpstein at first in foul territory, and he will put away Chapman. Josh Bishop gets out of a jam. We go bottom 4. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks 3.
On campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Back here for the bottom of the 4th inning. Nighthawks are up 3-2. We're back to the top of the lineup. Back to the top of the lineup. Nin Burns leading off here for the Nighthawks. Logan Lawrence still in for the Wolves. First pitch misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung on in the air. Looks like it's going to stay in the yard. Chapman out in left field. He will put away Nin Burns for the first out of the 4th inning. Nin Burns just got under that one. Good timing, but unable to get it out. That'll bring up Brian Rojas. Rojas 1 for 1 so far in the day. Also reached on a walk. Here comes the first pitch. That one misses low and inside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one's way outside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0. Way inside. Almost hits Rojas. Brian is ahead 3-0. Here Here comes the 3-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Way inside for ball number 4. Brian Rojas will take his base, his second walk of the afternoon. That'll bring up the first baseman, Caleb Karpstein. And it looks like we'll have a pitching change here for Western Oregon. That'll do it for Logan Lawrence. We'll take a quick break. Score is Nighthawks 3, Wolves 2, here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Now in to pitch for the Wolves is Bryce Bond, 6'4" senior out of Simi Valley, California. Bond has a 5.57 ERA and 20 strikeouts over 21 innings pitched so far in the year. He comes in with one out here in the bottom of the 4th inning, in to face the first baseman, Caleb Karpstein. Rojas moving around over at first. Here comes the first pitch of Karpstein. Sharp grounder over to the shortstop, on to second for 1, and on to first in time for the double play. 1 pitch, 2 outs for the Wolves. And that will retire the side here for the Nighthawks, bottom 4. We go top 5. Scores Wolves 2, Nighthawks 3.
That's a timeout on betting. It completely changed the game, and you didn't even notice. Let me break it down for you. Betting ads are applying full court pressure and getting you to play the game. Many of you are falling for it and losing big money. Addiction is happening in some more than others. Now players are getting harassed by bettors. And we all know that's not how the game is won. So it's on us to be good teammates and draw the line to stay ahead of betting consequences.
Bishop still in there for the Nighthawks. Leading off for the Wolves here in the top of the 5th inning is Danner Salisbury. Salisbury had the leadoff home run here today. First pitch from Bishop. Salisbury swings and misses at that one. Josh did a nice job getting out of a jam there in the 4th inning. Here comes the 0-1. Tries to check his swing. Home plate umpire says, yes, he does go. And Bishop is ahead 0-2. Bishop had runners on 2nd and 3rd with just 1 out. And the Nighthawks were able to get out of it. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Salisbury. That one skips in there for ball number 1. Beautiful day here for some baseball here in Nampa, Idaho. 1-2 pitch is fouled off into the screen. Looks like the wind has calmed down here a little bit as well. It's about 62 degrees here this afternoon. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung at and missed. Josh Bishop sits down Danner Salisbury.
Now batting number 18, Zane.
And the Nighthawks have one away here in the top of the 5th inning. That'll bring up Zane Garvey. Garvey's 0 for 2 so far on the day. First pitch swung at and fouled back into the screen. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung at, soft grounder over to Karpstein at first. Foot race over to first. Bishop will win that one, and Garvey is retired. Good hustle there from Josh to beat Garvey in the foot race over to first base.
Number 9, Owen Bischoff.
That'll bring up Owen Bischoff. Quick 2 outs here for the Wolves here in the top of the 5th inning. Here comes the first pitch. That one misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one's low for ball number 2. Bishop is set, and the 2-0 pitch on the way. Bischoff swings at it. It's in the air. Deep left field. Archiga on the track, on the wall, and he makes the catch back up against the fence, and Bischoff is retired. Wolves go 1-2-3 here in the top of the 5th inning. We go bottom 5. Scores Wolves 2, Nighthawks 3.
If you want to win in every arena of college life, go D2. Make it yours.
Bryce Bond still on the mound here for the Wolves here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Adrian Archiga.
Bond averaging half a pitch per out right now. He'll have a hard time improving on that the rest of the day. Leading off for the Nighthawks here, bottom 5 is Adrian Archiga. Here comes the first pitch from Bond. That one's inside for ball number 1. Archiga 1 for 2 so far in the day. He's responsible for 2 of the Nighthawks' 3 runs. Had a 2-run triple way back in the bottom of the 1st. 1-0 pitch misses inside for ball number 2. Here comes a 2-0 from Bond. That one also misses inside for ball number 3. Archiga with the 3-0 advantage here. Shows bunt. Pulls back, and it's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 3-1 pitch to Archiga. And he takes low and away for ball 4. And the Nighthawks have a leadoff runner here aboard.
Now batting number 4, Cole Calnan.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Cole Calnan. Calnan 0 for 1 so far in the day. He also was on base after being hit by a pitch. Here comes the pitch. Shows bunt, pulls back. First base umpire says Calnan did not commit, and it'll be ball number 1. Throw back over to first. Archiga slides back in safely. Here comes the 1-0. Archiga takes off. Bunt attempt. Calnan over to the pitcher, and Calnan will be retired at first base. Nice play there by the pitcher, Bryce Bond, to retire a hustling Calnan down the first base line. He will get credited for a sacrifice attempt on that one. Archiga will advance to second on the play.
Now batting number 5, Gavin Brubaker.
That'll bring up the second baseman, Gavin Brubaker. Here comes the pitch. First pitch swing, soft liner into center field. It will drop in for a base hit. Archiga will get the stop sign over at third, but first pitch swinging, Brubaker dumps a single into center field. And the Nighthawks have runners on first and third here with just 1 out here, bottom 5. That'll bring up the third baseman, Carson Burns. In his last plate appearance, Burns delivered an RBI single after a tough plate appearance, working a full count, and then driving home the go-ahead run back in the bottom of the 3rd. He has a chance to extend the Nighthawks lead here in the 5th inning. First pitch to Burns is in there for strike number 1. Archiga at third, Brubaker out there at first base. Comes home and misses low and away for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Burns. Swung at and missed. Burns falls behind 1 and 2. Throw back over to first. Sliding back in safely is Brubaker. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung at, fouled, straight back into the screen. Burns battling here. He's down 1 and 2. Brubaker at first, Archie at third. And Bond steps off. He wants a new baseball. Bond steps back on the rubber. He's set for the 1-2. Here it comes. Swung at and missed. Burns goes down swinging for the second out of the inning. Pinch hitting for catcher Jason Bell is Chris Enriquez. Enriquez is batting .279 on the year with 3 homers and 33 runs batted in. Enriquez leads the Nighthawks in RBI. Chris will look to extend the Nighthawk lead here. Bottom 5. Here comes the first pitch from Bond. That misses away for ball number 1. Throw back over to first to chase Brubaker back, and he's in there safely. Got to think the Nighthawks will give Enriquez a chance to swing the bat here. Here comes the pitch. Swung at, it's in the air. Pop-up charging is Jackson in right field. It'll be the second baseman to retire Chris Enriquez. And that'll retire the side here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Nighthawks strand 2. We go top 6. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks 3.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from less. Like more hustle, less hassle. More of the best service around, less of the runaround. Because we include America's best tire warranty in every tire we sell. So you get more unbeatable warranty, less charging you extra. It's why we're more than proud to say, you get more from less.
Pitching change here for the Nighthawks as we go top 6. Jonathan Zayas will be on the mound for the Nighthawks. Josh Bishop had a terrific afternoon, 2 1/3 innings without allowing a run.
Now batting number 5, Colin Irwin.
That'll bring up the catcher Colin Irwin in to face Zayas. Irwin is 0 for 1 with a walk so far on the afternoon. Here comes the first pitch from Zayas. Swung at, popped up, straight up in the infield. It looks like it will get out of play. Zayas has a 3.32 ERA with 21 strikeouts over 19 innings pitched so far on the year. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Irwin. Up high for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 to Irwin. That bounces in there for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. Swung at, fouled into the screen on the first base side. Counts 2-2. Here comes the pitch from Zayas. Low and inside for ball number 3, and the count will run full. Zayas is set, and 3-2 pitch on the way. Soft grounder over to the second baseman, Brubaker. He's got it on a first in time to retire Irwin.
Now batting number 21, John Olson.
With one out here in the top of the 6th inning, that'll bring up John Olson. Olson is the third baseman here for the Wolves this afternoon. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI base hit as well. First pitch from Zayas is in there for strike number 1. Both pitching staffs have really settled in after a tumultuous first inning. Score just 3-2. Swung at and missed for the 0-1 pitch from Zayas. And he's ahead 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 from Zayas. And he catches him looking. Backwards K for Jonathan Zayas. And Olson gets caught staring.
Now batting number 32, Tyler Moeller.
That'll bring up the first baseman, Tyler Moeller. Moeller 1 for 2 so far on the afternoon with 1 strikeout. First pitch from Zayas is in there for strike number 1. Drew Deal is also behind home plate for the Nighthawks now. Chris Enriquez pinch hit for Jason Bell back in the bottom of the 5th inning. So Drew Deal in now as a defensive substitution. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Skips out in front of the plate and misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Zayas. Swung at, soft chopper over to Brubaker at second. He'll play it on a second hop. Easy toss on to first base. In time to retire Moeller. 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 6th inning for Jonathan Zayas. We go bottom 6. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks 3. Nighthawks with a slim 3-2 lead. Carter Walsh will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning here for the Nighthawks. He's 0 for 2 so far in the day. Bryce Bond still out there for the Wolves. First pitch misses high for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 from Bond. That one catches the outside corner for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at, fouled, straight back into the screen. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung at, soft grounder over to the third baseman, on to first in time to retire Walsh. 1 out here, bottom 6. That'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Nin Burns. Nin Burns had a single back in the first inning. He's 0 for 2 since then. First pitch to Burns misses for ball number 1. Nighthawks looking for a base runner. Here comes the 1-0. Way inside. Burns jumps out of the way. Here comes the 2-0 to Burns. Inside, tries to check his swing. Home plate umpire says he does go. Count is now 2-1. Here comes the pitch from Bond. Swung at and missed. Big cut there from Nin Burns. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung at, fouled, straight back into the screen. Count remains at 2-2. Nighthawks would really love some insurance runs here. Here comes the 2-2 from Bond. Skips in there for ball number 3. And the count runs full. Here comes the 3-2 from Bond. And Nin Burns takes low for ball number 4. Appeal down to first says he does not go. And the Nighthawks have a base runner to bring up Brian Rojas.
Now batting number 7, Brian Rojas.
Rojas has been on base all 3 times today. Had a double back in the first inning and has walked twice since then. Throw back over to first. Burns steps back in safely. That pitch is low. Delayed steal. Nin Burns is picked off. He thought it was going to get away from the catcher, Irwin. Irwin keeps it in front of him, and Nin Burns is caught in limbo. He's out. And that'll be the second out for the Nighthawks. Here, bottom 6. That's the second time Nin Burns has been thrown out on the base pass this afternoon. Swung at and missed. Count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1. Rojas swings and dumps it into right field for a base hit. Two-out base hit for Brian Rojas. Nice easy swing and dumps it into right field. That'll bring up the first baseman, Caleb Karpstein. Both of Rojas' hits this afternoon have come immediately after Nin Burns has been thrown out on the base paths. First pitch to Caleb Karpstein is fouled, backing out of play. Throw back over to first. Brian Rojas slides back in safely. Here comes the 0-1. Rojas looks to take off and then puts on the brakes. He'll return back to first base. That pitch misses for ball number 1. Rojas takes off. Throw on to second is not in time. Brian Rojas with the stolen base. That pitch missed for a ball. Count is 2-1. Karpstein now with a chance to drive in. Brian Rojas in from second. Aggressive base running from the Nighthawks here today. Here comes the 2-1. Way outside for ball number 3. Karpstein ahead now, 3-1. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Swung at in the air, center field. Outfielder going back to the track, looking up, and it's gone! 2-run home run by Caleb Karpstein, sending it out over the fence in left center field. What a tank! And just like that, the Nighthawks extend their lead to 5-2. What a swing by Caleb Karpstein. 2-run home run. Bryce Bond and the Wolves not very happy about that celebration. Umpires now having a conversation with the coaching staff of the Wolves. Big time 2-run blast there for Caleb Karpstein to extend the lead. Going opposite field. Temperature running a little high there after that one. Nighthawks don't care. They got a 2-run tank.
Now batting number 20, Adrian Artigas.
That was Karpstein's first home run of the year. Showing off big-time power to opposite field. That'll bring up Adrian Artigas. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. Archiga 1 for 2 so far in the day. Swung at and missed on that one. Archiga had a 2-run triple back in the first inning. Oh, 2 now to Archiga. Swung at, fouled back into the screen. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Bond. Archiga swings soft chopper back to Bond on the mound, and he will toss on a first for the out. That will retire the side here for the Nighthawks bottom 6, but Caleb Karpstein with a 2-run home run to deep left center field extend the Nighthawks lead to 5-2. We go top 7. Wolves 2, Nighthawks 5. Zaya is still out there on the mound for the Nighthawks here, top 7. Zaya sat down the Wolves 1-2-3 in the top of the 6th. They'll bring up right fielder Andre Jackson. Jackson is 0 for 2 so far on the day with 1 strikeout. First pitch from Zayas, line drive right back up the middle for a base hit. Almost knocked Zayas' cap off. Leadoff runner is aboard here for the Wolves, top 7. That'll bring up designated hitter Randy Stoltz. Stoltz 0 for 2 so far on the afternoon. First pitch from Zayas, fouled straight back into the screen. Caleb Karpstein providing some big-time insurance there for the Nighthawks in the 6th inning. Here comes the 0-1 from Zayas. That one skips in for ball number 1. Caleb drove it out the deepest part of the ballpark, too, out where the wall gets a little taller, out in left center field. As a lefty, too, you don't see many lefties drive the ball out of that part of the ballpark. 1-1 pitch misses for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. Swung at it in the air, shallow right field. Nin Burns has it in his sights, and he will put away Stoltz. With 1 out here, top 7, that'll bring up the left fielder, Darren Chapman.
Now batting number 7, Darren Chapman.
Chapman 0 for 2 so far in game number 1 this afternoon. Here comes the first pitch from Zayas. Jackson takes off for second. Throw onto second is not in time. Jackson comes off the bag, and he's tagged out. Jackson was going to be safe by a mile, but the aggressive late slide, he slides right past the bag at second base, and Brubaker's able to tag him out. So that'll be the second out here for the Wolves here, top 7. That pitch did miss for ball number 1. Terrific job there by the second baseman, Brubaker, to stay with the play. That pitch is fouled off down the right field line. Jackson slid pretty late. Didn't really need to. He had a pretty good jump and good speed out there to get there in time, but slid right past the bag. And Brubaker had him dead to rights. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Big cut and miss there by Chapman. Zayas is ahead 1-2. Here comes the pitch to Chapman. Way inside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Zayas. Swung at, big drive down the left field line, but it's going to hook foul. Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Zayas. And it's in there for strike number 3. Zayas is pumped up. Big time strikeout there of Chapman. Wolves are sat down 1-2-3. We go bottom 7. Scores Wolves 2, Nighthawks 5. Cole Callan leading off for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bryce Bond still on the mound for the Wolves here to face the Nighthawks hitters. Here comes the first pitch to Callan. This is up high for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Big cut and miss by Callan. Count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1. Bounces in there for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. Way up high for ball number 3. Count moves to 3 balls and 1 strike. Nighthawks with some much-needed insurance there in the bottom of the 6th inning, adding 2 runs on the 2-run home run by Caleb Karpstein. Here comes a 3-1 to Callan. It's in there for strike number 2. That extended the Nighthawk lead to 5-2. Nighthawks pitching has been terrific this afternoon. Brian Rojas roughed up a little bit in the first, but it's been goose eggs for the Wolves ever since then. Rojas settled in nicely, followed in by nice performances by Bishop and Zayas. That pitch was fouled down the third base line by Calnan. Zayas only needing to face 6 batters over the last 2 innings. Count is still full here to Calnan. Here comes the pitch. And Calnan is caught looking. Home plate umpire rings him up. And Bryce Bond sits down Cole Calnan. That'll bring up second baseman Gavin Brubaker. Brubaker 2 for 3 so far on the afternoon. Brubaker scored the go-ahead run back in the 3rd inning after swiping second. And Carson Burns drove him in. First pitch swinging, fouled straight back into the screen. Here comes the 0-1. Shows bunt, pops it up. Back foul, and it will go into the screen for strike number 2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung at, line drive into right center field. Moving over to make the play is the center fielder. That's Bischoff out there in center, and that will retire Brubaker. With 2 outs here, bottom 7, that'll bring up the third baseman, Carson Burns.
Now batting number 10, Carson Burns.
Burns had the go-ahead RBI base hit for the Nighthawks back in the 3rd inning, driving in Gavin Brubaker. Here comes the first pitch. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1. Off-speed pitch also in there for strike number 2. Back-to-back off-speed pitches landed for strikes by Bryce Bond. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball, line drive up the middle for a base hit by Carson Burns. Did a good job keeping his head on that one after back-to-back off-speed pitches. Burns sends it right back up the middle for a base hit.
Now batting number 2, Drew Deal.
That'll bring up the catcher, Drew Deal. This is the first plate appearance of the afternoon for Drew. Drew came in as a defensive replacement for Jason Bell. Here comes the first pitch from Bryce Bond. Throw back over to first, sliding back in safely in time is Carson Burns. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. Another throw back over to first is not in time. Burns once again sliding back in safely. Count is 0-1 here to Deal. Here comes a pitch from Bond. Swung at, soft grounder over to the shortstop. Bobbled for a second. Throw on to first is not in time. And Drew Deal will reach on an E6. Garvey just couldn't field it cleanly, bobbled it in his glove and then in his hand. Good hustle there by Deal to reach safely. Nighthawks are threatening now with 2 outs here, bottom 7. That'll bring up the center fielder, Carter Walsh. Walsh 0 for 3 so far on the afternoon. First pitch to Walsh is fouled back into the screen and out of play. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Walsh. Off-speed pitch, grounder, diving stop over at third base. And throwing out Walsh at first. Terrific play over at third base by Olsen. And throw across to get Walsh. That will retire the side for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nighthawks strand a couple. We go top 8. Score is Wolves 2, Nighthawks.
Here's to the ones who are always there.
These are pretty yummy.
Because being there is everything.
I heard you're not feeling too good.
That's why at Blue Cross of Idaho, we're making sure the care you need always has a way to find you. Down any road or around the corner. Doing more. Giving back.
Thanks.
And going further. Everywhere it matters.
Good day.
Blue Cross of Idaho.
Pitching change here for the Nighthawks. It'll be Joe Eiley here in relief of Jonathan Zayas. Zayas threw 2 shutout innings, only facing 6 batters, facing the minimum over those 2 innings. Eiley with a 0.00 ERA with 9 strikeouts over 8 2/3 innings so far on the year. Eiley will face the leadoff hitter, Danner Salisbury. As I mentioned before, Nighthawks pitching really been terrific this afternoon. Salisbury hit a home run on the very first pitch of the game, drilled it to left field. Then Olsen, the third baseman, added on a second run in the top of the first with an RBI single. Since then, it's been goose eggs all around. Rojas threw 2 1/3 innings, just giving up those 2 runs in the first. Josh Bishop came in and threw 2 1/3 shutout innings. Then Jonathan Zayas came in and threw 2 shutout innings. Joe Eiley will look to continue that streak for the Nighthawks here, top 8. Here's the first pitch of Salisbury's, an off-speed pitch landed for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Up high for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Off-speed pitch, swung at and missed by Salisbury. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Eiley hits him. And Salisbury will take his base. Tough break there for Eiley. Had Salisbury in a 1-2 hole. That'll bring up the shortstop, Zane Garvey. Garvey 0 for 3 so far on the afternoon. First pitch swinging, it'll go foul off the third base side. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Eiley. Swung at and missed. Garvey way out in front of that one. And Eiley quickly ahead 0-2. O2 pitch on the way. Swung at, sharp grounder, it'll go foul down the first base side. Eiley would love a double play here. Here comes the 0-2. Swung at, line drive into center field. It will get down for a base hit. Walsh will field it on a hop. Holding at second is Salisbury. And just like that, the Wolves will bring the tying run to the plate here in Owen Bischoff, here top 8. Still nobody away here for the Wolves. Eiley in a little bit of trouble here. Here comes the first pitch to Bischoff. Soft grounder over to the third baseman, over the head of the third baseman. Calnan will field it. It'll be an infield single there for Bischoff. It was a hard chopper. Bounced over the head of Carson Burns at third. He would have had a tough play anyway. Kept in the infield by Cole Calnan. And the Wolves load the bases with no outs here in the top of the 8th inning. That'll bring up the catcher, Colin Irwin. And the tying run is aboard. Go-ahead runners at the plate. First pitch from Eiley. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 1. Nighthawks in some hot water here, looking to get out of it. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung at and missed. Good pitch there from Eiley. He moves ahead of Irwin 0-2. Salisbury at third, Garvey at second, Bischoff at first. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung at, fouled, into the screen and out of play. Eiley would love a strikeout here. He's ahead 0-2. Here comes the pitch to Irwin. Way outside for strike, or ball number 1, excuse me. Here comes the 1-2. That one skips in. Good block there by Deal to hold the runners. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2 from Eiley. That one misses low for ball 3. Count runs full. Eiley was ahead 0-2. Count now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nowhere to put Colin Irwin. Nighthawks clinging to a 5-2 lead. Here comes the payoff pitch. Swung at, it's in the air, high in the air, down the right field line. Charging is Nick Burns. It'll be Caleb Karpstein at first base will make the play. Runners will hold. And that's exactly what Eiley was looking for. Irwin is retired for the first out of the 8th inning.
Now batting number 21, John Olson.
Big pop out there for the Nighthawks. Still a lot of work to do. John Olson, the third baseman, up at the plate now. He's 2 for 3 on the afternoon, had an RBI base hit back in the first inning. He's batting .266 with 15 RBI on the year. Here's the first pitch from Eiley. Swung at and missed. Eiley ahead 0-1. Olson steps in. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Eiley. That pitch misses for ball number 1. Close one. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bases juiced here for the Wolves. Here comes the 1-1 from Eiley. Swung at, foul, back into the screen. Count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Eiley ahead of Olson 1-2. Bases loaded. Nighthawks up 5-2. Top 8th inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung at, soft line drop or soft pop-up. It'll be handled by Callan at shortstop. And that's the second out of the inning. Back-to-back pop-ups here for the Wolves. And now there's 2 outs here, top 8. That'll bring up the first baseman, Tyler Moeller. Moeller having a conversation with his coach out of the third base line. And it looks like the Nighthawks will have a conversation out in the mound. Nighthawks still in some hot water. Base is still full, but good work from Eiley to force those 2 pop-ups from Irwin and then Olson. Eiley had 20 pitches so far in the inning. Moeller 1 for 3 so far in the afternoon. He's batting .181 with 6 runs batted in. Here comes the first pitch from Eiley. Off-speed pitch lands right on the outside corner for strike number 1. Nighthawks defense pulled around slightly to the right-hand side. Countin playing right behind second base. Off-speed pitch just misses outside for ball number 1. Eiley really trying to work the outside part of the plate. Doesn't want to give Moeller a fastball to work with. Eiley gets the call. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. Off-speed pitch misses high for ball number 2. Count moves to 2 balls and 1 strike. These are high stress pitches here for Eiley. He's behind 2-1. Here comes the pitch. Off-speed pitch. That one also misses high for ball number 3. Count moves to 3 balls and 1 strike. Nowhere to put Moeller. Joe Eiley needs a strike right here. Bases loaded. Nighthawks leading 5-2. 3-1 count, top 8. 3-1 pitch on the way. Fouled straight back into the screen. That's the first fastball that Moeller has seen in this at-bat. Eiley challenged him, and the count runs full. Full count. Bases loaded. Top 8, 2 outs. Here comes 3-2 pitch. Swung and missed. Joe Eiley sits down Tyler Moeller, and the Nighthawks escape the jam. Good work there from Eiley. The Wolves load the base with no outs, and Eiley puts him down without allowing a run to come across. We go bottom 8. Wolves 2, Nighthawks 5.
One of these people is taking their first steps into higher education. One of these people is about to be the first in their family to earn a bachelor's degree. One of these people is finishing their master's degree and working full-time. One of these people is about to be called doctor. Which one is which? It doesn't matter. What matters is that they're all here for good.
Leading out for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the 8th inning is Nin Burns, the second. Nighthawks were really in some hot water there in the top of the 8th inning. Wolves loaded the bases with nobody out. Joe Eiley forces back-to-back pop-ups before striking out Moeller. First pitch to Burns is in there for strike number 1. Eiley maintaining his 0.00 ERA on the season. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And that one misses for ball number 1. Bryce Bond still on the mound for the Wolves. Here comes the 1-1. That fastball misses inside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, Nin Burns. Now misses away for ball number 3. 3-1 is now the count. Bond shakes off his catcher. Now he comes set. And the 3-1 pitch on the way. Nin Burns swinging, line drive into center field, and it will be caught. Diving catch in center field by Bischoff. Terrific play in center field by Bischoff. And that will retire Nin Burns the second.
Now batting number 7, Brian Rojas.
That'll bring up Brian Rojas. Rojas has been on base all 4 times today. Rojas dumped a single into right center field in his last plate appearance. Doubled back in the first inning, also walked twice today. First pitch misses away for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at, line drive into center field right at Bischoff, and Bischoff will also put away Rojas. Nighthawks sting back-to-back balls right at Bischoff in center field for the first 2 outs. Quick 2 outs here for the Nighthawks, bottom 8. And that'll bring up Caleb Karpstein. Karpstein extended the Nighthawks lead to 5-2 with the 2-run blast in the bottom of the 6th inning. An opposite field 2-run blast for Karpstein, his first home run of the year, and it was a big one. First pitch to Karpstein skips in low for ball number 1. Those were also Caleb's 17th and 18th runs batted in. His batting average is up to .366 on the year. Here comes the 1-0 from Bond. That one misses low for ball number 2. Bond wants a new baseball, and he'll get one. Here comes the 2-0. It's on the way from Bond. That one's taken for strike number 1. Here comes the 2-1. Off-speed pitch. Catches the outside corner for strike number 2. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2. That one's taken low for ball number 3. Count runs full. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Bond. Swung at, big chop over to the second baseman. It's fielded on a second hop onto first. Not in time. Caleb Karpstein, beats it out. That'll be an infield base hit. Salisbury decided to play it on a second hop instead of charging. Not the right decision there. That'll bring up Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga had a 2-run triple back in the first inning. Also walked today. He's 1 for 3. And he's hit with the first pitch. Off-speed pitch slipped out of Bond's hand. And the left fielder will take his base. That'll bring up the shortstop, Cole Calnan. The Wolves catcher, Irwin, will go out to the mound to have a conversation with the pitcher, Bryce Bond. Callan with a chance to add some insurance here for the Nighthawks. Karpstein out at second base. Arachiga at first. First pitch misses low for ball number 1. Nighthawks have been very patient at the plate this afternoon, and it's been to their benefit. Making the Wolves pitchers work. Here comes the 1-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That one skips in for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. That one's taken low for ball number 3. Count moves to 3 balls and 1 strike. Callan can drive in Karpstein at second with a base hit. Arachiga over at first after being hit. 2 outs here, bottom 8. Nighthawks with a 5-2 lead looking to add. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Swung at, in the air. Deep left center field, going back to the warning track, to the wall, and it's gone! 3-run tank from Cole Calnan. And the Nighthawks extend the lead to 8-2. Cole Callan gets the 3-1 cookie, and he sends it packing. Big time blast to deep left center field for the 3-run home run. Big time hit there from Cole Callan for his second homer of the year. All of this damage coming with 2 outs for the Nighthawks. Infield base hit for Karpstein, Archie a hit, and then a 3-run blast from Cole Callan. That'll bring up Gavin Brubaker. First pitch is swung at and missed. Oh, 1 pitch here coming from Bond. Swung at, line drive right at the third baseman to retire the side for the Nighthawks, but not before the Nighthawks take an 8-2 lead off the 3-run home run from Cole Callan. We go top 9, scores Wolves 2, Nighthawks 8.
At NNU, your classroom is anywhere and anytime you need it to be. With online classes for undergrad and graduate degrees, your future begins where you are. Find your program at nnu.edu.
Leading off for the Wolves, here top 9 is Andre Jackson. In relief, it's a flamethrower, Wade Duncan. Duncan has a 2.70 ERA with 22 strikeouts over just 16 2/3 innings pitched so far in the year. First pitch to Jackson, line drive into right field, just past the glove of Karpstein, into right field for a base hit. Leadoff base hit here for the Wolves, top 9. Nighthawks added some much-needed insurance there. Bottom 8 off the 3-run blast by Cole Callan. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Randy Stoltz. First pitch from Duncan misses low for ball number 1. Callan worked a 3-1 count and jumped on a fastball he was waiting for. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Stoltz. Swung at, it's in the air, high in the air, down the right field line. Giving chase is Nin Burns, the second, over by the bullpen, and he will put away Randy Stoltz. Nice catch over there by the bullpen. And that'll be the first out of the 9th inning. That'll bring up the left fielder, Darren Chapman. Off-speed pitch from Duncan misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at in the air, center field. Walsh going back, still running. He's got it. He will put away Chapman for the second out of the inning. And Jackson will return to first base.
Now batting number 2, Danner Salisbury.
That'll bring up Danner Salisbury, the leadoff batter for the Wolves. Salisbury had a leadoff solo home run on the very first pitch of the ball game back in the first inning. Scorched the ball over the left field fence. First pitch to Salisbury this time misses low for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at and missed. Here comes the 1-1 from Duncan. Off-speed pitch lands on the outside corner for strike 2. Nighthawks are 1 strike away. Here comes the 1-2. Swung at, missed. Duncan sits down Salisbury on strikes. The Nighthawks win game 1, 8-2. Solid team effort here from the Nighthawks in game number 1. Pitching was terrific. Brian Rojas gave up too early, but settled in after that. Josh Bishop came and tossed 2 1/3 shutout innings. Jonathan Zayas, 2 shutout innings. Eiley gets out of a bases-loaded jam for a shutout inning. And Wade Duncan adds another goose egg in the 9th. On the offensive end, Adrian Arachiga, 2-run triple in the first inning. Carson Burns gave the Nighthawks the lead in the 3rd, and they would not give it back with an RBI single. And then a 2-run opposite field tank for his first home run of the year. Caleb Karpstein extended the Nighthawks lead. And in the bottom of the 8th, Cole Callan with a 3-run blast to extend the Nighthawks lead to 8-2. That'll do it for game number 1. We'll be back here in about 30 minutes. Final score, Nighthawks 8, Wolves 2. Game number 2 between the Western Oregon University Wolves and your Northwest Nazarene University Nighthawks. I'm Noah Peterson with you on Nighthawks Radio. Looking forward to game number 2. In case you're just joining us, Nighthawks won game number 1 8-2 after sweeping both games in games 1 and 2 yesterday. So the Nighthawks have taken a 3-0 series lead, looking for the 4-game series sweep. Here with Cole Callan on the mound for the Nighthawks. Callan is rocking a 1.09 ERA over 49 1/3 innings pitched so far on the year. In the previous game, Callan, playing shortstop in that one, added a 3-run blast as insurance for the Nighthawks. Back in game number 1, Callan has been one of the best pitchers in the GNAC this year, leading all qualified pitchers in earned run average. Nighthawks pitching really shut down this Wolves lineup in game number 1. Brian Rojas gave up 2 runs early in the first, but settled in nicely after that. It was nothing but goose eggs for the Wolves offense the rest of the game. The Nighthawks will look to replicate that pitching performance here in game number 2. Leading off for the Wolves in game number 2 is Danner Salisbury. Salisbury matched pitch number 1 in game number 1 over the left field fence for a solo home run. He does not do that on this pitch. That one misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 from Callan. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at, fouled, back into the screen. Callan moves ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nighthawks defense shading slightly left on the infield, slightly right in the outfield. Here comes the 1-2. Swung at, line drive into left field. It will get down for a base hit. Casey Wayne will play it on a hop. And the Wolves have their leadoff runner aboard here in the top of the first inning.
Now batting number 18, Zane Garvey.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Zane Garvey, for the Wolves. Wolves batting .364. First pitch, hard ground ball through the hole on the right side for a base hit. And Burns charging. He will get it back in. Back-to-back singles to start the game for the Wolves. And Callan in an early jam.
Now batting number 9, Owen Bischoff.
That'll bring up the center fielder, Owen Bischoff. First pitch from Callan. Misses for ball number 1. Bischoff was on base twice in the first game, 1 for 3. Also took a walk. Here comes the 1-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Nighthawks infield pulled around to the left side, expecting Bischoff to pull on the ground. Shows bunt, pulls back, it's outside for ball number 2. Caleb Karpstein at first in on the grass, expecting the bunt from Bischoff. Here comes the pitch, shows bunt, gets it down. It'll go back to the pitcher Callan. He'll field it on a hop, onto first, in time to get Bischoff at first. The other 2 runners do advance, so it'll be a sacrifice bunt for Owen Bischoff. And with just 1 out here in the top of the first, the Wolves have runners on second and third. That'll bring up the catcher, Colin Irwin. Irwin also caught all 9 innings in the last game. He was 0 for 3 in game number 1 with a walk. Here's the first pitch from Callan. That misses low and away. Good stop there by Bell to keep it in front of him. Count is 1-0. Salisbury at third, Garvey at second. 1-0 pitch, hard grounder over to the third baseman, Rojas. He slides down. Nice play onto first to retire the batter. Salisbury does score from third, for the first run of the afternoon. Wolves take a 1-0 lead.
Now batting number 21, John Olson.
Nice sliding stop by Rojas over at third to prevent that second run from scoring from second. That's Garvey out there at second. And Irwin is retired at first. That'll bring up the third baseman, John Olson, with 2 outs here in the top of the first. First pitch swing in the air and put away are the Wolves. We go bottom 1. Score is Wolves 1. Nighthawks come.
Here's to the ones who are always there.
These are pretty yummy.
Because being there is everything.
You're not feeling too good.
That's why at Blue Cross of Idaho, we're making sure the care you need always has a way to find you. Down any road or around the corner. Doing more, giving back, and going further. Everywhere it matters. Blue Cross of Idaho.
On the mound for the Wolves in game number 2 is Jacob Mehmet. He's a 6'5" senior out of Central Point, Oregon at Crater High School. Leading out for the Nighthawks is number 21. He's the right fielder, Nin Burns, the second. Burns is batting .346 on the year with 5 homers and 30 runs batted in. Here comes the first pitch from Mehmet. First pitch swing is crushed down the left field line, but it's hooking foul. Burns was 1 for 4 with a walk in game number 1 today. Here comes the 0-1. That one skips past the catcher for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Soft grounder over to the shortstop. That's Garvey on to first in time to retire Burns. That's a 1 away for the Nighthawks here, bottom 1. That'll bring up the third baseman, Brian Rojas.
Brian Rojas.
Rojas reached 4 times in game number 1. 2 base hits and 2 walks. First pitch swinging and missing. Falls behind 0-1. Here comes the 0-1. Foul tip into the glove of the catcher for strike number 2. O2 pitch is outside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-2. Soft chopper foul down the first base line. Here comes the 1-2 from Mehmet. Swung at in the air, deep right field, going back. It's going to bounce up against the fence. Brian Rojas rounding first. He will slide into second base with the double. Another extra base hit for Brian Rojas. He checks in with a 2-bagger. That'll bring up the first baseman, Caleb Karpstein. Karpstein with an early chance to tie this game up at 1 apiece, with Rojas out at second. He steps in to face Mehmet. Mehmet checks Rojas at second, comes home. First pitch is low for ball number 1. Karpstein got his first home run of the year in game number 1. Drove it to the deepest part of the park in left center field, going the opposite way. Extended the Nighthawks lead to 5-2 at the time. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at, soft grounder over to the second baseman. It's bobbled, and then he will reach safely. That'll be an E4 for the second baseman, Salisbury. And the Nighthawks have runners on the corners here with just 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning.
Now batting number 20, Adrian Archiga.
That'll bring up Adrian Archiga, who is in center field for this one. Archiga had a 2-run triple in the first inning of the last game. Here comes the first pitch. Off-speed pitch is in there for strike number 1. Archiga another chance to drive in some early runs here for the Nighthawks. Here comes the 0-1. Taken low for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Taking off at first is Karpstein. Chopper, it will get through the left side for a base hit. Scoring from third is Rojas. Advancing to third is Karpstein. RBI base hit for Adrian Archiga on the hit and run. And just like that, the Nighthawks tied up at 1 run apiece. Terrifically executed hit and run there by the Nighthawks. Not the first time we've seen that from them today. And the soft contact from Archiga finds a hole on the left-hand side to drive in Rojas from third base. That'll bring up designated hitter Chris Enriquez. Enriquez only 1 plate appearance in the first game. Throw back over to first. Archiga is back in safely. Taking off at first is Archiga. He will slide in safely. Double steal attempt coming home, and Karpstein is thrown out at home. Nighthawks try the double steal. Archiga steals second easily, but Karpstein caught dead to rights, trying to swipe home. So that'll be the second out of the bottom of the first inning. Archiga is in at second. The first pitch did miss for ball number 1, so the count's 1-0 here to Enriquez. Swung on. Line drive into left field. It will be handled, and that will retire the side here for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the first inning. Nighthawks do get 1 across on the RBI base hit from Adrian Archiga. We go top 2. Score is Wolves 1, Nighthawks 1. Leading off for the Wolves in the top of the second inning is Andre Jackson. Jackson in right field once again. First pitch from Calnan, swung on, soft liner, handled by the second baseman, Carter Walsh. One pitch, one out for Calnan here, top two. That'll bring up Tyler Moeller. Moeller at first base in game number 2 as well. First pitch from Calnan misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Tries to check his swing. Goes chopper down the first base line, then goes foul. Count is 1-1. Here comes the pitch from Calnan. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 2. Here comes the 1-2 from Calnan. Swung out, fouled straight back. Off the mask of the catcher, Bell. Count remains at 1-2. Calnan comes set, and the 1-2 pitch to Moeller. Catches the outside corner for strike number 3. Cole Calnan right on the black to sit down Tyler Moeller.
Now batting number 3, Calvin Tenorio.
And will step in Calvin Tenorio. Tenorio, the designated hitter here in game number 2. First pitch from Calnan is on the outside corner for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1, outside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1. That one misses for ball number 2. Count is 2-1 here at Tenorio. Here comes the pitch. Soft chopper over to the first baseman, but it's going to go foul. The 2-2 misses outside for ball number 3, and the count runs full. Here comes the 3-2 pitch to Tenorio. Swung on, line drive into right field. It will get down for a base hit. Burns over to play it on a hop. He'll get it back in to hold Tenorio to a single. Tenorio checks in with a base hit. Here with 2 outs here in the top of the second.
Now batting number 7, Darren Chapman.
That'll bring up Darren Chapman. Chapman in left field here in game number 2, as he was in game number 1. Here comes the pitch. And he hits Chapman. Not much of an effort to get out of the way, but doesn't really matter. Chapman will take first base. Jason Bell having a quick conversation with his pitcher, Cole Calnan. Looks like the umpires took a beating on that last play, and we'll take a quick break. On again. The lineup card for the Wolves will turn over. That'll bring up Denner Salisbury, the second baseman. Salisbury checked in with a base hit. Single in his first plate appearance of game number 2. Here comes the pitch. That one's in there for strike number 1. Wolves have runners on first and second with 2 outs. Here, top 2. Tenorio at second and Chapman at first. Salisbury at the plate. Here comes the pitch. That one misses inside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-1. That one's in there for strike number 2. Callan moves ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2. Swung at and missed. Cole Callan sits down. Denner Salisbury swinging. And the Wolves are retired here in the top of the second. We go bottom 2. Scores Wolves 1, Nighthawks 1. Baker will lead off for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the second inning. Brubaker over at shortstop with Cole Callan on the mound. Here comes the first pitch from Mehmet. First pitch swinging and missing. Mehmet moves ahead 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Sharp grounder right back up the middle for a base hit. Gavin Brubaker sends it right back whence it came, and he's at first to lead off the second inning for the Nighthawks. That'll bring up the left fielder, Casey Wayne.
Number 27, Casey Wayne.
This is Casey Wayne's first plate appearance today. Did not play in game number 1. Wayne batting .269 with no homers and 5 runs batted in so far in the year. First pitch misses low for ball number 1. Throw back over to first. Brubaker slides back in safely. Another pickoff attempt. Brubaker still slides back in safely. Here comes the 1-0. Off-speed pitch, crushed down the left field line. Is it going to stay fair? No, it will not stay fair. Casey Wayne gets into that one, but just yanks it foul. Mehmet hung a breaking ball, and Wayne was all over it, but just half a second too eager. So instead of a home run, it'll be a 1-1 count. Here comes the pitch. That one misses outside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1. Brubaker takes off. Off-speed pitch. Swung at and missed by Wayne. Slide into second. Brubaker is in there safely. Casey Wayne had a big cut on that one. Looks like the Wolves coach is going to have a conversation about potential interference on Wayne. There will be no such designation, and the count will move to 2 balls and 2 strikes with Brubaker on at second after the stolen base. Still no outs. Here comes the 2-2 from Mehmet. Swung at. This one might stay fair because it's going a long way. It's gone. 2-run blast, Casey Wayne. That's his first home run of the year. RBI 6 and 7. And the Nighthawks jump out to a 3-1 lead. Mehmet made a mistake earlier in the at-bat where he hung a breaking ball, and Wayne yanked it foul. Wayne kept it fair this time. That one was crushed over the left field wall. Big-time home run for the Nighthawks left fielder. In steps the catcher, Jason Bell. First pitch swung at, threw over the left side, fielded by the third baseman, and it is in time to retire Jason Bell. It's Olsen over there at third base making the play. Big-time home run there by Casey Wayne. That'll bring up the second baseman, Carter Walsh. First pitch is in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 2. Walsh behind quickly 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's swung on in the air down the right field line. It is hooking foul. Jackson gave a good chase over there in right field. Here comes the 0-2. Swung at and missed. Carter Walsh goes down swinging. He's retired for the second out of the second inning. That'll bring up leadoff hitter Nin Burns the second. Here comes the first pitch from Mehmet. That one skips in for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at, line drive. It will get down to right field for a base hit. Solid line drive base hit in the right field for Nin Burns. Jackson will get it back in. And the Nighthawks have another base runner here with 2 outs here in the second. That'll bring up the third baseman, Brian Rojas. Here comes the pitch from Mehmet. Off-speed pitch misses away for ball number 1. Rojas 1 for 1 so far in this one. Had a double back in the first inning. Throw back over to first. Nin slides back in safely. On the day, combining games 1 and 2, Rojas has reached on 5 of 6 plate appearances. Here comes the 1-0. That one's away for ball number 2. Count moves to 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes the 2-0 to Rojas. Off-speed pitch fouled straight back into the screen. Count moves to 2-1. Long hold by Mehmet. He comes home. Chopper over to the shortstop. Garvey on to first in time to retire Brian Rojas. That'll do it for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the second inning. But Casey Wayne adds on, gives the Nighthawks the lead with a 2-run home run to left field. We go top 3. Score is Wolves 1, Nighthawks 3.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from less. Like more hustle, less hassle. More of the best service around, less of the runaround. Because we include America's best tire warranty in every tire we sell. So you get more unbeatable warranty, less charging you extra. It's why we're more than proud to say, you get more from less.
Then Burns will play it. He'll get it back in, and he will hold Garvey to a single. That's 2 singles and 2 plate appearances for Garvey here in game number 2. And the Wolves have a leadoff runner aboard here in the top of the 3rd inning. That'll bring up the center fielder, Owen Bischoff. First pitch from Kalnin is in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Bischoff. Throw back over to first, sliding back in safely is Garvey. Here comes the 0-1. Swung at in the air, center field. It's Arachiga out in center. He's got it. He'll put the squeeze on it to retire Bischoff. That'll bring in the catcher, Colin Irwin.
Now batting number 5, Colin Irwin.
Irwin also 1 for 1 so far in this one. Here's the first pitch from Kalnin. First pitch swing, it goes foul down the third base line. Here comes the 0-1. Swung at, it's in the air, center field. Over to make the play is Arachiga. And Irwin is retired for the second out of the 3rd inning. That'll bring up the third baseman, John Olson.
Now batting number 21, John Olson.
Olson was 2 for 4 with an RBI in game number 1. 0 for 1 so far in game number 2. Here comes the pitch. Throw back over to first is Kalnin. And the runner is back safely. Here comes the pitch to Kalnin. Swung at, foul down the third base line. Throw back over to first again, and Garvey slides back in safely. Kalnin really working to keep Garvey close. Here comes the 0-1. Swung at, solid contact into center. Archie a couple steps back, but he will put the squeeze on it. And the Wolves are retired here in the top of the 3rd. We go bottom 3. Score is Wolves 1, Nighthawks 3.
If you want to win in every arena of college life, go D2. Make it yours.
Caleb Karpstein will lead off the bottom of the third inning for the Nighthawks. Mehmet still in there for the Wolves. Here comes the first pitch. Swung at, line drive, right back up the middle for a base hit. First pitch swinging is Caleb Karpstein, and he checks in with his first knock of game number 2. That'll bring up Adrian Archiga, who's in center field.
Now batting number 20, Adrian Archiga.
Archiga had an RBI base hit at his first plate appearance in the first inning. First pitch misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. Off-speed pitch is in there for strike number 1. Throw back over to first. Sliding back in safely is Karpstein. Count is 1-1. Here comes the pitch. Soft chopper over to the shortstop, Garvey. On to second for 1. On to first is not in time. Karpstein is out at second. Archiga reaches at first on the fielder's choice for the first out of the bottom of the third inning.
Now batting number 38, Chris Enriquez.
That'll bring up Nighthawk RBI leader Chris Enriquez. Enriquez 0 for 1 so far here in game number 2. First pitch is hit in the air, foul down the third base line. Throw back over to first, sliding back in safely. Close play is Archiga. Nice move over to first by Mehmet. Archiga with a healthy lead out near the cut of the grass at first. Here comes the 0-1 to Enriquez. That pitch misses outside for ball number 1. Count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. Long hold by Mehmet. Comes home now, 1-1 pitch. Archiga comes out. He takes off on the delayed steal, and he will get in safely. Ball got away from the catcher. And Archiga is in at second with a stolen base. Enriquez with an opportunity to drive in. Archiga now at second. Count is 2-1. Here comes the pitch. Swung at into right field for a base hit. Rounding third and scoring is Archiga. Enriquez will put on the brakes, and he will stop at first base. Chris Enriquez checks in with an RBI base hit. And the Nighthawk lead is extended to 4-1.
Now batting number 5, Gavin Brubaker.
More timely base running there by the Nighthawks for Archiga to swipe second, and then Enriquez checks in with the knock to drive him in. That'll bring up the shortstop, Gavin Brubaker. First pitch swinging and missing. Still just 1 out here in the third. Here comes the 0-1. Swung at and missed. Brubaker in a quick 0-2 hole. Here comes the 0-2. That one misses outside for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That one misses outside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Off-speed pitch, chopped over to the shortstop Garvey. Onto second for 1, onto first is not in time. So Brubaker is safe at first. Enriquez out at second on the fielder's choice. And that'll bring up left fielder Casey Wayne.
Now batting number 27, Casey Wayne.
Casey Wayne punished an off-speed pitch over the left field fence for a home run back in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Here comes the first pitch to Wayne. First pitch swing, chopped over to the third baseman. Long throw on to first is in time to get Wayne at first. And that will retire the side for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nighthawks do push 1 across on the RBI base hit by Chris Enriquez. We go top 4. Your score is Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4.
That's a timeout on betting. It completely changed the game, and you didn't even notice. Let me break it down for you. Betting ads are applying full court pressure and getting you to play the game. Many of you are falling for it and losing big money. Addiction is happening in some more than others. Now players are getting harassed by bettors. And we all know that's not how the game is won. So it's on us to be good teammates and draw the line to stay ahead of betting consequences.
Andre Jackson steps in to lead off the 4th inning for the Wolves. Here comes the first pitch from Kalman. It's in there for strike number 1. Jackson is 0 for 1 so far in game number 2. Here comes the 0-1. Swung at and fouled down the third base line. Callan ahead 0-1. Here comes the pitch. Tries to check his swing. Home plate umpire says yes, he does go. And that'll be a strikeout. I had the count wrong. I thought it was 0-1. I was wrong. Strikeout for Jackson. So that'll bring up Tyler Moeller. That was the 3rd strikeout of the day for Cole Callan. First pitch to Moeller is in there for strike number 1. Oh, 1 pitch swung at and missed by Moeller. Callan ahead 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung at and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cole Calnan. Both on 3 pitches. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Calvin Tenorio.
Now batting number 3, Calvin Tenorio.
Tenorio with a solid base hit in the right field in his first plate appearance today. First pitch misses low and away for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swung at, just got a piece. It's fouled behind home plate. And Callan moves ahead 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Misses outside for ball number 2. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Callan has really settled in nicely after giving up that run back in the first. 2 outs, top 4. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Misses just barely. And the count runs full to Tenorio. Here comes the pitch. Swung at in the air. It's going to go foul off the third base side. Full count here at Tenorio. Callan already with 2 strikeouts this inning. Looking for a third. Here comes the pitch. And he misses inside for ball 4. Callan thought he had it, but instead he loses him, and Tenorio will take first base.
Now batting number 7, Darren Chapman.
That'll bring up the left fielder, Darren Chapman. Chapman went 0 for 4 in game number 1. Here comes the first pitch. It misses inside for ball number 1. One 0 pitch misses for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Swung at, fouled. Just got a piece. Count is 2-1. Here comes the pitch to Chapman. Swung at and missed. Count comes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Denner Salisbury on deck if Chapman can reach. 2 outs here, top 4. Tenorio on first. Throw back over to first. Tenorio slides back in safely. Here comes the 2-2. Catches him looking, and Chapman is sat down. Cole Callan strikes out the side here in the top of the 4th inning. We go bottom 4. Score is Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4.
On campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Jason Bell will lead off for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the fourth. Here comes the first pitch from Mehmet. Swinging, it goes foul off the third base side. Here comes the 0-1. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 2. Bell in an 0-2 hole. Here comes the pitch from Mehmet. Fouled. Nighthawks looking to complete the 4-game sweep. They won both games yesterday and then won game number 1 of the doubleheader this afternoon, 8-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Bell. Off-speed pitch is in there for strike number 3, and Bell is sat down on strikes looking. That'll bring up Carter Walsh. Walsh is playing second base in game number 2 this afternoon. Here comes the first pitch to Walsh. That one skips away for ball number 1. Walsh looking for his first knock this afternoon. Here comes the 1-0. Swung at, fouled off the first base side into the screen. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at, high in the air, left field. Coming in to make the play is Chapman, and that will retire Walsh. That'll bring up Nin Burns here with 2 outs here, bottom 4. Nighthawks have scored in every frame so far, looking to extend that streak here. Here comes the first pitch to Burns. That one's way inside. It hits Nin Burns. And Nin Burns is on at first base after the hit by pitch.
Now batting number 7, Brian Rojas.
That'll bring up Brian Rojas. Throw back over to first. Nin Burns slides back in safely. Here comes the pitch to Rojas. Swung at and missed. Throw back over to first again, and Burns slides back in safely. Long hold by Mehmet. Here comes the pitch now. Misses away for ball number 1. Count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at and missed. Rojas was out in front of that pitch. The count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2. Nin Burns takes off for second. Rojas swings at it, and it's fouled away. Burns got a good jump on that one, but he will return to first. Count remains at 1-2. Here comes the pitch to Rojas. Swung at, chopper over to the first baseman, Moeller, and he puts away Brian Rojas. Nighthawks are retired here in the 4th inning. We go top 5. Scores Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4.
NCAA athletes don't just compete, they make history. Representing our nation with pride and excellence, they bring home the hardware. Our college campuses serve as training grounds for the next generation of stars. Catch tomorrow's Olympians and Paralympians on the NCAA Championship stage today.
Number 2, Daniel Salisbury.
Daniel Salisbury steps in to lead off the 5th inning for Western Oregon. Here comes the first pitch from Kalman. It's in there for strike number 1. Kalman working efficiently since having to work a little bit back in the 1st inning. Struck out the side in the top of the 4th. 0-1 pitch swung on. Driven to deep left field. Wayne on the track, on the wall, and he will put away Salisbury. Salisbury took one out that way back in game number 1. This one stays in the yard, and it's out number 1.
Now batting number 18, Zane Garvey.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Zane Garvey. Garvey is 2 for 2 so far in game number 2. Here comes the pitch. That one is in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung at, hard grounder, over to the second baseman, Walsh on a knee. Throw to first. In time. What a play there by Carter Walsh over there at second base. And Garvey is retired. Terrific diving stop there from Carter Walsh and the throw from a knee. And Garvey will be the second out of the 5th inning. In steps Bischoff. First pitch swinging in the air in center field. Arachiga will go over and put the squeeze on it. Quick 1-2-3 inning for the Wolves here in the top of the 5th inning. We go bottom 5. Scores Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
We're back for the bottom of the 5th inning. Jacob Mehmet still on the mound for the Wolves. Caleb Karpstein leading off for the Nighthawks. Here, bottom 5. He is 1 for 2 here in game number 2. Here comes the pitch from Mehmet. First pitch swinging, it'll go through the hole on the right side for a base hit. Caleb Karpstein checks in with his second knock of game number 2. And he's aboard here with no outs. Here at bottom 5. That'll bring up center fielder Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga's had himself a nice day, making some noise on the base paths as well. First pitch running is Karpstein. It's fouled off by Arachiga, so he will return to first base. Nighthawks have put the hit and run on a couple different times today with Arachiga at the plate. Long hold, throw back over to first, and Karpstein is tagged out. Quick move by Mehmet. And Karpstein is picked off at first base. Caught Karpstein leaning a little bit towards second, and the quick move got him. So that'll be the first out of the 5th inning for the Nighthawks. Count remains at 0-1. Here's the pitch to Arachiga. Off-speed pitch. It's swung on in the air. Shallow right field. Making the charges, Jackson. Diving and not making the catch. Umpire says it hit the ground. Terrific effort in the outfield by Jackson the second. Arachiga will check in with the single instead. And he is aboard with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Really, really awesome effort by Andre Jackson in the outfield. Unable to make the catch then, however. Nighthawks will take it. Arachiga's on at first. That'll bring up Chris Enriquez. Enriquez drove in Arachiga with an RBI single in his last plate appearance in the 3rd inning. Mehmet comes home, off-speed pitch, swung at and missed by Enriquez. Long hold by Mehmet. Comes home now with 0-1 pitch. That pitch is in there for strike number 2. Nighthawks have been pretty busy on the base paths today, have had a couple stolen bases, been very aggressive. Karpstein has gotten caught stealing a couple times, picked off that last play. He was caught stealing back in the first inning. Pickoff attempt there. And back safely is Arachiga. Nighthawks also attempted a suicide squeeze in game number 1, and Arachiga was called out at home. Nin Burns has been picked off and caught stealing. Here comes the 0-2. Taking off from first and sliding in safely is Arachiga. The aggressive base running has also paid off. Carson Burns in game number 1, Chris Enriquez, and Adrian Arachiga all have gotten RBI singles because of just that right there, stolen bases. So the Nighthawks taking a calculated risk today with the aggressiveness on the base paths. I'd say it's paid off so far. Count is 1-2. Here to Enriquez. Off-speed pitch misses for ball number 2. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch to Enriquez. Swung at, soft grounder over to the second baseman. He's got it. Easy toss on the first to retire Enriquez. Arachiga will advance to third on the play. So productive out there for Enriquez. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Gavin Brubaker. Here comes the first pitch to Brubaker. It misses for ball number 1. Casey Wayne is on deck if Brubaker can reach. Comes the 1-0 from Mehmet. That one skips in for ball number 2. It's stopped behind the dish by Irwin. Does a good job to hold Arachiga there at third base. Brubaker moves ahead 2-0. Here comes the pitch. Way inside. Gets Brubaker and the home plate umpire. 2-for-1 special. Brubaker will take first base. The home plate umpire is taking a couple licks today. He'll shake it off.
Now batting number 27, Casey Wayne.
That'll bring up the left fielder, Casey Wayne. Wayne already with a 2-run home run back in inning number 2. Wayne looking to do some additional damage here now. Runners on first and third, 2 outs here, bottom 5. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch lands for strike number 1. Long hold. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball swung on in the air, deep right center field. Outfielders giving chase, and it will be caught in right field by Jackson II. That will retire the side for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the 5th inning. We go top 6. Your score, Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Irwin will lead off for the Wolves here, top 6. First pitch from Callan misses for ball number 1. Some defensive shuffling. Jake Messis will enter the game in at second base. That'll put Carter Walsh out there in center, Archiga out there in left. And that will do it for Casey Wayne today. Pitch number 2 from Callan misses for ball number 2. Here comes a 2-0. Swung at, fouled, back into the screen and out of play. Here comes a 2-1. Swung at, soft grounder over to Mess at second base, on to first in time to retire Irwin. That'll bring up John Olson, the third baseman for the Wolves. Olson is over 2 here in game number 2. First pitch from Callan misses away for ball number 1. Again, Callan has just been dealing since that first inning. Giving up just 1 run, over 5 1/3 so far. Here comes the 1-0. That one's in there for strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1. Swung at, stung into center field. Giving chase is Carter Walsh, and what a catch in the outfield. Diving snag from Carter Walsh. What position can't he do it from? What a grab.
Now batting number 1, Andre Jackson.
Robbing Olson of a base hit. Terrific, terrific grab out there in the outfield by Carter Walsh. That'll bring up Andre Jackson. First pitch, that one's also in the air. It'll go into shallow left field. It'll be handled by Adrian Archiga. And another 1-2-3 inning by Cole Callan, highlighted by a sliding grab out there in center field by Carter Walsh. We go bottom 6. Your score, Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4. We're back for the bottom of the 6th inning. Jason Bell will step in to lead off. He's 0 for 2 so far in game number 2. Jacob Memmott still on the mound for the Wolves. He's given up 3 earned over 5 innings pitched. First pitch swinging, handled by the shortstop Garvey on to first in time to retire Jason Bell. One pitch went out for the Nighthawks here in the bottom of the 6th. That'll bring up Carter Walsh, who was at second, now in center. You saw a terrific diving catch in center by Carter Walsh. He also had a great sliding stop at second just a couple innings ago as well. Terrific defensive performance by Walsh. Here in game number 2, first pitch misses for ball number 1. We'll see if Walsh can step up here behind the plate. Shows bunt. He'll pull back. That pitch was way inside. It'll be ball number 1. Two 0 pitch misses low for ball number 3. Here comes the 3-0. Inside for ball 4. So Carter Walsh will walk on 4 pitches. And that'll bring up Nin Burns the second. Pickoff attempt at first, sliding back in safely is Carter Walsh. Another pickoff attempt, another close play. Mehmet has a nice move back to first base, but Walsh slides back in safely. Third time in a row, Walsh still getting back safely. Walsh does have a healthy lead out there at first. Long hold by Mehmet. First pitch to Burns is lined down the left field line, but it's hooking foul. Count is now 0-1 to Nin Burns the second. Carter Walsh with a healthy lead at first. We'll see if he takes off. Throw back over to first. And Walsh slides back in safely once again. Walsh obviously serving as a big distraction for Mehmet out on the mound. Another big lead. He comes home. And that off-speed pitch lands for strike number 2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Mehmet. Swung on, line drive into left field. It will stay fair and get down for extra bases. Rounding third is Walsh. He will get the stop sign. He'll stay there. Standing up in second is Nin Burns the second with a double. Mehmet hung a breaking ball, and Burns hung with it just long enough to keep it fair down the left field line. So the Nighthawks have runners on second and third with just one out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That'll bring up the third baseman, Brian Rojas. We'll have a pitching change here for the Wolves here in the bottom of the 6th. We'll step away. Your score is Wolves 1, Nighthawks 4.
At NNU, your classroom is anywhere and anytime you need it to be. With online classes for undergrad and graduate degrees, your future begins where you are. Find your program at nnu.edu.
Wolves in now to pitch for the Wolves is number 4, Chris Jones. He has a 5 ERA with 6 strikeouts over 9 innings pitched so far on the year. Chris Jones, a 5'10 senior from Lakewood, California at St. Anthony High School. Nighthawks have runners on second and third. Infield playing in for Brian Rojas at the dish. Just one out here, bottom 6. Here comes the first pitch. That one's low for ball number 1. It's Carter Walsh at third and Burns at second. Here comes the 1-0 from Jones. Swung at, fouled, straight back into the screen. The GNAG batting average leader is 1 for 3 so far in game number 2. Count is 1-1. Chance to drive in a couple here. Here comes the pitch from Jones. Swung at, it's in the air. It's going to go foul off the left field line. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Rojas. Swung at, line drive, right back up the middle. It's going to be caught by the center fielder. And trying to pick off Nin Burns, who got a little bit of a lead at second. But he gets back safely. Sharp line out into center field for Brian Rojas. Walsh will hold at third, and so that will do it for Rojas. Just a bit of bad luck there for Rojas. Really solid contact, but right at the center fielder and not deep enough for Walsh to tag up. That'll bring up the first baseman, Caleb Karpstein. Karpstein's had a nice afternoon, had a 2-run home run. Back in game number 1. He's 2 for 3 so far in game number 2. Chance to drive in a couple here. Here's the first pitch. Misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one misses for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 to Karpstein. Swung at, it's in the air, right center field. Outfielder giving chase onto the warning track, looking up, and it's gone. It's gone. Caleb Karpstein with his second home run of the afternoon. This one's a 3-run bomb, and it breaks this game wide open. That gives the Nighthawks a 7-1 advantage. From back behind home plate, we couldn't see whether it got over, whether it hit the wall or not, but that ball is gone to deep center field. And Caleb Karpstein bringing the power here in Nampa, Idaho this afternoon.
Now batting number 20, Adrian Archiga.
Karpstein had no home runs coming into the day, and he now has home runs in games number 1 and 2 to the deepest parts of the ballpark. Goodness. First pitch to Archiga misses low for ball 1. The center field wall out here in Nampa is about 15 feet high. It's really, really rare you see someone go over the wall out there. Archiga swings and fouls that one off to make the count 0-2. What Karpstein has done this afternoon is incredibly impressive, going opposite field in game number 1 over left center field and then going straight to deep center here just now for the 3-run bomb. immense display of power. One pitch to Arachiga, misses for ball number 2. Yeah, have an afternoon, Caleb Karpstein. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Arachiga. Off-speed pitch, misses high for ball number 3. Here comes the 3-1 pitch from Jones. Swung at, missed. Full count now to Arachiga. Jones comes set, and the 3-2 pitch on the way. Sharp line drive into center field, and he will be retired. Highlight of the inning, deep 3-run home run to center field for Caleb Karpstein. That extends the Nighthawk lead to 7-1. We go top 7. It's Wolves 1, Nighthawks 7.
One of these people is taking their first steps into higher education. One of these people is about to be the first in their family to earn a bachelor's degree. One of these people is finishing their master's degree and working full-time. One of these people is about to be called doctor. Which one is which? It doesn't matter. What matters is that they're all here for good.
Last try here for the Wolves. Reminder that this game will just go 7, being the second game of the doubleheader. Cole Callan still in there for the Nighthawks. He's only at 68 pitches through 6. Been incredibly efficient this afternoon. At the dish is Tyler Moeller. Moeller is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts so far on the afternoon. That pitch is swung on in the air, going back deep right field. Nin Burns giving chase, and he makes the catch against the fence. Couldn't see it from this angle. That ball was just about to go foul, and Nin Burns makes the catch right by the foul pole in foul territory for the first out of the 7th inning. Nin Burns got a great jump on that ball. Couldn't tell whether it was going to go foul or leave the ballpark or what, but he is able to make that play. That'll bring up Calvin Tenorio. He's 1 for 1 with a walk so far here in this one. That first pitch misses for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one misses for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 from Calnan. Swung at's in the air, left field. Archie has gotten in his sights, and he will put away Tenorio for the second out of the 7th inning. And the Nighthawks are 1 out away from a 4-game sweep.
Now batting number 23, Trey Nelson.
Got a pinch hitter for the Wolves. It's Trey Nelson. Nelson is pinch hitting for Darren Chapman. This is Nelson's first appearance this afternoon. Here comes the first pitch. Swung on in the air, center field, deep center field. Walsh going back to the track, to the wall, and that one is gone. That pitch was crushed by Trey Nelson going out to deep left center field. And the Wolves get one back. Score is now 7-2 Nighthawks. Nelson was all over that pitch, and that ball just kept going. Ball really jumping off the bats here this afternoon in Nampa. That'll bring up the second baseman, Danner Salisbury. That first pitch misses for ball number 1. Salisbury homered on the very first pitch of these games this afternoon. Homered out to left field. Here comes the 1-0 from Calnan. That one's in there for strike number 2. Or strike number 1, excuse me. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes a pitch from Calnan. That one misses for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. In there for strike number 2. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nighthawks 1 strike away here. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung at and missed. Salisbury goes down swinging, and that'll do it. Nighthawks take game number 2, 7-2. Chris Calnan throws a complete game, 7-inning. 2 runs scored for the Wolves here in this one. Nighthawks get the 4-game sweep. Casey Wayne had a 2-run blast early in this one, and Caleb Karpstein 2 homers on the day, including a 3-run tank to deep center field to boost the Nighthawks here in game number 4. Nighthawks take all 4 games this weekend to hold their place tied atop GNAC standings with Montana State University Billings. We've got a huge series up there in Billings next weekend, where your Nighthawks will have 4 against the Yellow Jackets. Be sure to tune into that one to cheer on your Nighthawks. For now, that'll do it for a terrific afternoon of Nighthawks baseball. Again, 7-2 win here in game number 2. My name is Noah Peterson. Go Nighthawks.